yang kalau gua udah bikin upload initial member pakai polis A, habis itu gua bikin sebarangan polis C, anggap polis C gua bikin, habis itu polis C tersebut gua renew jadi polis D. Polis D tersebut gua coba pakai fuse code-nya untuk jadi renewal dari polis A tersebut di IB renewal itu kan. Oke. Terus apa lagi yang kurang?
Gue nggak kepikiran sih sekarang sih. Otak gue.
Yo. Okay, my audio was all over the place. No, thank you for the resub fucking 10 months in a row. Holy shit, Jesus Christ. Yo, that's fucking I gotta turn down again after I use the fucking whatever. Thank you. Anyway, appreciate it, man. Much love for the 10 months resub. A lot of L's there. Thank you. Appreciate much love. I got audio set on 150% because I was using my head. I was not wearing my headphones, but I was in a meeting. So I kind of just like boosted it up a little bit so I can still hear the meeting thingy, but not really. You know what I mean? I forgot to turn it down. It just fucking blew my ear off. Holy fuck. Yo. Okay. Where's my cable? Oh. What up, Lucas and No, and everyone else lurking in the chat? What up? How you guys doing? Welcome to the unexpected day off stream, where I usually don't stream, but I feel like I got some free time, so might as well. You already got an idea for today? What do you mean? Like, what are we gonna do? I mean, probably just drawing. Because I was meaning to continue my drawing from last time anyway. But at the same time, maybe, if we got some extra time later on, we'll continue God of War. So, because, you know, some kind of a God of War. Okay, that's kind of cringe. I'm sorry. How are you? I'm doing good, thank you. Check Discord if you have time. Ooh, okay. Give me a sec. Do you want me to do the integration? No. Yeah, okay, hold up. 1 second. And done. Should be integrated, I think. Ooh, the UI is pretty nice. Dev's going ham, okay. What is this song, by the way? Alrighty, thank you. I meant for a drawing? Probably we're gonna continue the Gris swimsuit one. Booba. I feel like I should redo that one. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I should redo the swimsuit one. There's just something, like, it looks good. Don't get me wrong, but there's just something that just not really liking it, so I kind of want to redo it. But at the same time, I'm not sure. Like, you know what I mean? Maybe not. Maybe it's just me. But I want to redo it for some reason. Because we already got pretty far. But I don't know. Fasabat? Uh-oh. Is he in the chat? Fasa. Fasabat is not in the chat. I think you have to re-invite him? Let me re-invite him. Okay. Oh, you did? Maybe it's not part of the mod, or maybe, you know, it did said let it give it a second or something. I don't think I banned him. Yeah, he's there. Account H. Ta-da. Ban and unban? Oh, I get what you mean. Boom. Does that work? Pac-Man, let's go. Let's go. I really want to redo this. I think we should redo it. I don't know. Let's just try to sketch something. See what's up. Maybe we'll get something better. You gotta get used to this, Lucas. I usually draw, and I rarely finish them because I always feel like I want to redo them the whole time after a day, 1 day old. So yeah. Exclamation dead joke? That's a thing? Yesterday, a clown held the door open for me. I thought it was a nice gesture. Oh my god. Okay. God damn it. Was a nice gesture. Oh my god. God damn it. So, Lucas, are you planning to get yourself some tablet as well? Is that why you were asking? What the why is that an emote? Oh, I forgot you're a fucking mod in 7TV now. God damn it. What is that? No, no. Into the motherland. What the fuck? It's just this. Hold up, let me refresh the on-screen chat. I thought 7TV would announce that an emote added when in the chat arena. It doesn't do that anymore. That's why I didn't know you added the emote. That's weird. It never did in chat arena? Oh, it did in a browser, huh? I probably mixed it up then. It arrived today. Was just curious. Wait, what did you get? What did you get for your tablet? Is it also Wacom one? Wait. Did you just bought it literally a couple minutes ago as you asked me what was my tablet? No shot. No, you did not, right? Did you? No way. Did you literally just bought the tablet the moment I said that I use? What the fuck? Wacom! I just sold you guys a fucking tablet. From someone in the chat. Come on. Lucas bought the tablet because of me. Wacom, sponsor me. I know I bought it yesterday. God damn it. Oh my god. It would be cool. It would be cool. It's like the most sponsorship thingy ever. But then again, you know, Wacom One is a very humble tablet out there. It's not the best in the price, but at the time when I bought it, this was the best option for me. So clapping hands on her what? Okay, man, you just ruined the fucking visual now. God damn it. Oh my god. A friend who studies arts recommended it, and it's my first, so nice, which is good. Wacom One is definitely an entry point tablet, an entry level. But it doesn't mean that it's not good for advanced or, you know, long time artists like me. Like I don't consider myself I'm not thinking about upgrading my tablet anytime soon. Just because this works pretty fucking well. Although I think I'm probably gonna upgrade to like the more the one that have a better pan. I wonder if I can actually. I don't think I can. I don't think I can buy like a better pan with the same tablet. So I'm thinking about like getting a better tablet for the better pen. But I've been using this Wacom One for almost 6 years now. 5 years maybe. 5 years. It's always nice. A Wacom pen or something else. The I don't know if they have different types now, but back then Wacom Intuos pen basically supports tilting, tilt draw. Basically, it's capable of doing how do I say it? Okay. Let me show you. Okay, this. The only thing that I miss from drawing digital, drawing with a digital tablet that I have right now is that I cannot do tilting drawing, which is basically doing this. Like you cannot do this with Wacom One because it's just very basic pen with a tip that have sensitivity to draw, but it doesn't have the ability to do tilting angles. Very, because you know, with a pencil you can do that to create a more soft but very textury thingy with brush or pencil. I mean, with real pencil. And you cannot do that with Wacom One, but you know, it's like a very minor thing. It's not like you're gonna use that every day, but what I mean. You know what I mean. Hatchet? Is that the word? I don't know. I don't know what's the word in English, but I know what it's called in Indonesian. Second. But at the same time, I feel like I should also, if I'm gonna upgrade my tablet, I should consider other brand as well, because you know, like Huion, XP Pan, they've been doing great as well. So I should take a look at them as well, because back then no one really can do anything, because Wacom patented the graphic tablet uh, technology for like what, 5 years or something. So only recently they have like a bunch of competition because the patent expired. That's why Wacom is like the biggest thing, because no one literally allowed to compete with them because of the patent. You know. Okay. Oh my god, Jesus. But yeah, I mean, welcome, dude. Welcome to the wondrous world of digital drawing. You're gonna use the most button that you're gonna press on your keyboard from now on is gonna be Control Z. Congratulations. Oh god. Mm. Christopher, no worries. We're chillin', bro. We're chillin'. Oh, how do I draw this? Shit. That kind of brings back, dude. You know, I've been drawing for so long, actually. Like, literally since I was still in junior high school, I think I started like learning how to draw and stuff like that. So it's been like more than 10 years, more than a decade. But I've only been touching digital graphic for like almost 5 years. Back then, it's always been like a thingy thing. I wish I can do it, kind of thing. No, okay, lurk, one off from my Valo rank. What? What do you mean, Jenny? Were you talking? What? You good? Wait, are you grinding Valorant rank right now? What's with the no though? Hmm. Do 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 do. I think she got dragged off or something. Jenny, good luck. Also, why am I displaying Gris? You know. Like, there we go. Do this instead because I need the whole layer. There we go. I just realized something. Old Leo body hugging big bottle of vodka and laying down with it, dead eyes. Oh my god. That's very specific. Well, later on, yeah, because we're not doing a art request session right now. Don't worry, I'll get to you. What's up, by the way? How you doing? Okay, I don't like this already. Pita. Of course, it's the wrong layer. Oh my god. Good. Nice, nice. Okay, dude, I cannot. Come on. Let me just rough sketch it further a bit. Where are you drawing? No one right now. I'm just trying to figure out a pose. It's a really sketchy pose. Do, 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 do. Oh god damn. Okay, this is not easy. Okay, change. Actually, wait. Oh. Boom. The post that I'm trying to do right now is very sketchy. Am I getting an art block? I might have. Probably should do something else before I broke my fucking hand trying to figure something out that I don't know how. I mean, it doesn't look that bad. But it does look pretty bad. Okay, never mind. I think we're safe. Saved! I think we're safe. Okay. You know what? I feel like the face could be something along the line of this. Okay. I think that could work. Okay, yeah, we'll work with this. Instead, I'm gonna tilt the body over. There we go. That's more like it. Then. Oh shit, justice. Just too much, actually. Microsoft just bought Activate. No. What? No. What? Kidding? Oh! No shot! Oh my! Oh my! Oh my god! Oh my god! Wait, is that official? Oh my! Oh my god! No fucking way! Oh my god! No fucking way! Dude, what? Is it a what? Microsoft huge Activision Blizzard deal come nearly a year after the company acquired Bethesda. Blah blah blah. We deeply value individual studio, blah blah blah. We hold all teams. Looking forward to extending our culture and proactive inclusion to great teams across Activision Blizzard. Phil Spencer, formerly head of gaming at Microsoft, is now CEO of Microsoft Gaming, and the company says the Activision Blizzard business will report directly to Spencer. Bro, what? Oh my god. Yeah. Um. What? What? Dude, what is going on? What the fuck? Wait, why? Oh my god. I'm actually kind of speechless right now. Are you kidding me? Holy. Okay. I mean. They want to get into mobile gaming further? Is it though? Is it really though? I feel like the you know that fucking Bobby guy, the fucking Activision guy, Bobby, whoever the fuck. He just, kind of like, you know what? We kind of fucked up. There's no better choice to do other than doing this. Oh my god. That is insane. Dude, what? I know this is probably a whatever for a lot of people, but in gaming, Microsoft owning Activision and Blizzard? Activision, sure, it's whatever. But Blizzard? Oh my god. I never thought I would. What the fuck? I'm kind of speechless. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of speechless. I don't know, man. That's crazy. Call of Duty and Game Pass. Oh my god. Dude, Destiny 2, get the fuck out in the most unfortunate timing. If Destiny 2. If. Bungie, get the fuck out of Activision in the worst time possible. If they're still in Activision, they would be under Xbox, and that's like the best shit ever, dude. Oh no. Yo. That's crazy. That's crazy. And honestly, this craziest shit would never happen if not because of the controversy that, surrounding Activision Blizzard in general. Like I feel like if you own, or like if you're like one of the upper business people in Activision Blizzard, you're probably wondering how the fuck can you recover from this shit? You know what I mean? Because they've kind of fucked up, like, big time. They fucked up huge time in that controversy shit. The fucking, you know. I feel like this is the last thing that they can do, which is selling the whole fucking company. Which I would never thought it would happen. What the f? That's crazy, dude. We're just gonna wait for Saints to jump into the chat and it'll be like, probably doesn't know that I already know about this because we probably just Rat. Guess what? Blizzard, Microsoft bought Blizzard Pepe Meltdown. Rat. Probably gotta storm into the chat like that. Bet. Watch. Oh my god, dude, that's crazy. Holy shit. GameStar just tell it. Microsoft buys Activision Blizzard. Yeah, you read right. I know. Because here's the thing, like, sure, Blizzard's probably Activision and Blizzard combined is probably never gonna be as big as Microsoft. Obviously, because Microsoft literally own the biggest shit in the world of technology, which is Windows, right? And everything else. But you in gaming, they're kind of, at least past couple years, they're kind of on par in terms of like status. Like, you know, Blizzard are known for their fucking and a timeless classics like Warcraft, fucking Diablo, you know, and the world acclaim, most acclaimed esport game, Overwatch. Oh my god, lol. You know. Oh my god, that's crazy. Call of Duty and Game Pass gonna be weird. That's gonna be fucking weird. Dude, Phil Spencer is not joking around, huh? They actually, dude. Remember a couple years ago where we always make fun of Xbox on E3 every year because their presentations basically, yeah, we don't have a lot of games, but do you guys like Forza, right? Cool car game, yeah. Halo? Nah, Halo is, yeah. Oh look, we got this indie game. Like, that was it. That was Xbox back then, a couple of years ago. Now, oh my god, dude. Now they have everything. Sure, it's not original stuff, but they bought everyone. They got fucking Bethesda. Now they have fucking Activision Blizzard. Hello? What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck? I wonder how much money that Microsoft have lost so far just to do all these moves. This is a shit tons of money, dude. I don't think it's been a year since they bought Bethesda, right? I don't know how long has it been since they bought Bethesda. Has it been a year? If it is, then fuck me, dude. Time goes by so fast. I swear, I feel like they just bought Bethesda like last year. March. Okay, almost a year. Still though, that's crazy. They just bought two gigantic, iconic gaming company. Like one of the biggest company, two of the biggest company in the gaming industry in less than a year. What the fuck? Oh my god. What is going on? I'm confused, man. Xbox being all Chad out here, man. Just going ham, like You know what? I'll just buy the whole fucking company. Fuck you all. And proceed to do so. Like, god damn, bro, chill, man, chill. Like, what the fuck? You know what? You know what? I'ma buy 2. Yeah, and one of them having a very existential crisis because they have like such a huge drama recently, bro. But you know what? Fuck it, man. I got money and shit. Dude, what the fuck? You're being a baller right now. Oh god. That's a shame though that the way we know is just like this. I thought it would be cool if they kind of announce it somewhere in some kind of a show or some shit like that. That would be big. But it's whatever. It's just still big, you know. But god damn. Dude, what the price of Bethesda was 7.6 billion. LucasArts 4 billion each. LucasArts and Lucasfilm. Activision Blizzard 68. Yeah, because Activision and Blizzard is not a tiny, like, compared to Bethesda, Activision and Blizzard basically making they're making rain. They're making, pun intended, blizzards of money from the way they, you know, their money making works. Sure, Bethesda got Fallout and everything, but their monetization was, default. Meanwhile, Activision and Blizzard just like doing. Have you seen Call of Duty pricing in Steam? It's the worst thing ever. But it works. It makes money. That's what's important for them. You know what I mean? Oh man. This is so weird. This is such a weird timeline. I never thought this would happen. Fucking Blizzard owned by Microsoft. The fuck? Looks like good old Bill Gates saw the chance. Well, actually, no, it's not Bill Gates. Who's the boss now? Who's the guy who owned the fucking Microsoft shit now? I don't even know anymore. Microsoft to acquire Activision Blizzard to bring joy and community of gaming to everyone across every device. Yeah, you see, the thing is with Microsoft is that they're not a hardcore gamer company, right? They're basically a technology company. Their initial thing was operating system with Windows, but they expanded with, like, laptops, Microsoft fucking, I forgot what they called the laptops. They tried phone, they tried tablets, and then they tried gaming with Xbox. Like, Bill Gates back then just want to try to basically make Microsoft everywhere, essentially. Like, everyone uses Microsoft product in a way. That's what was he's trying to do back then. Which kind of works, to be fair. Kind of works. And I guess recently, the company, the Microsoft, put a lot more into into Xbox because COVID. A lot more people play games inside indoor. They don't want to miss a chance, right? More customer, easy money, easy life. So it kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense. But god damn, dude. That's crazy. Yup. Nothing can bring me down. It's too late. Ubisoft to Apple Gaming. It's kind of funny when Apple tried to do their stuff. It's kind of weird because the way they infuse gaming is kind of like, hey there, kids. Hey there, kids. What are you guys doing? Hey, I am cool as well. That was basically Apple gaming, the way I see it back then. Oh my god. It makes complete sense, but still. I know. It's kind of crazy. Dude, gaming is fucking dominating this year. It's crazy. I never thought this would be the case. If you asked me like fucking 5 years ago, maybe so. 5 years ago, sure. But not as big as today. Know what I mean? That's crazy. Dude, all this gaming news are fucking nuts. People are going ham. There's a gaming difference between Microsoft and Apple. Micro invented one of the biggest gaming devices in the world. Apple just thought, hey, those kids giving money for games, let's get some of that. Classic Apple. The thing with Apple is that they try to make a lifestyle instead of a, like, their device are not the most technologically advanced, but if you own an Apple device, you're owning a lifestyle. You're like, you have a lifestyle essentially. Like that's what they're selling, lifestyle, in a sense. You know. So, yeah, their goal is different, basically. Their goal is different. Mm-hmm. Damn, dude. I never thought. I'm still. What the fuck? I still. Oh, what the fuck, dude? I never thought Blizzard would be like this. Goddamn. On one side, kind of sad of what happened, right? Like, what kind of fucked up thing that happened there? But at the same time, kind of like, damn, okay. You know, I don't know, man. So weird. Such a weird something. I don't even know what to say about it. Just so fucking weird. Sure, but you cannot win gaming contests with style. You need hardware. True. That is also true. That is also true. But hey, I mean, hey, Apple did try. At least they did get the casual audience. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people actually spend a lot of money in Apple gaming just because they own Apple devices. You know, it's just convenient, right? It makes sense. So it's whatever. It's whatever. Dude, this is so hard. Dude, that's such a big news. Like, holy shit. I'm so baffled. What the fuck? Nani? Nani? Damn, this year of gaming is gonna be fucking amazing. Can't wait. With all this shit going on. Hopefully, it's gonna be amazing. Because I don't know if how is it gonna truly be. But goddamn. We're going ham. Say hey. Ching ching. Okay, what is this playlist, bro? Wrong layer, no. God damn it. Do 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 do. Oh, I love this song. Let me turn it up a little bit. Stop. 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 Did you say? Did you say? Thinking too hard with this thing. Not gonna lie. God damn. Okay, I don't like this. Okay. Dude, anatomy. I'm messing up so bad right now. This would be much more sharper angle. Just cannot make it. I'm about to give up in art, dude. Mm. Mm. Okay, what's wrong with this playlist right now? Brother. Oh, this one's good. Dude, I think I'm having an art block right now. Should be this. Be not. I cannot figure out the anatomy. I thought it was good. We should do it like this. See, this is why you shouldn't try to guess a weird poses, chat. I'm just kind of confused. How is it supposed to go? Let me try something. The shoulder over here is bigger than this. I think the ratio is too big. That's why. And then the length of in between is too short. It looks weird. Should be at least here. Okay. Let me try that. Oh. Alright, I think we can work with that. Why am I going for this anyway in the first place? God damn it. Booba. Bum, bum, bum. No matter how you look at it, that shoulder looks wrong. Kinda. This kind of looks wrong, man. But I don't know what's wrong with it. So annoying. Ah. Just. Dush, dush, dush. Time is this 10 already? Holy shit. Time goes by fast. I think that's better. My love would be like. Mm. Yep. Sorry. That's a big one. Goddamn. I want like just. Wow, wow, wow. Do 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 do. Oh my god. Why am I so tired today? Long way. Tell me something. Da, 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 da. All right, I can live with this. Okay, maybe not. So many things wrong. Hmm. Okay, okay. You know what? You know what? I can go with this. I can go with this. It's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. This is kind of nice after all, brother. Oh my god, sorry. There we go. Don't forget to label everything because don't want to redo everything. A bada bing, a bada boom. Labels. Made you feel like enough. Manifest my best. Manifest my breath. In the rain. Did a white on white. And nobody would have thought it is right. And a red song for the 2-1-2. And where did I find you? And a better fan that will run all night. And a red race right. I don't know. But a 2-1-2. Where I find you? And no matter where you go, wait, I find you. Are you drawing? You know I'm drawing. What's up, Wednesday? How you doing? Come on, it's kind of obvious. White on white. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2. No matter where you go, where I find you. God knows where you could ride all night. It's right. I don't know. 5, 2, 1, 2. No matter where you go, where I find you. No matter where you go, where I find you. Feel like a Hmm? Thighs. Obvious. What do you mean? Obviously, I mean there's no thighs in this drawing. This is upper body. Upper body power. How you doing, by the way, son? What's up? What you up to? Is that the one that gave you a face full of No. I'm setting up cars on fire. What the fuck? In game. In game, right? In game. Right. Of course. I also like to set car on fire in game. Maybe it's your bike. What the fuck? Not my bike, please. Anything but my bike. Oh my god. Maybe because I'm not wearing the usual. I mean, it's not wearing the usual outfit. Maybe that's why you cannot tell. Just, not wrong. What if I do this? Hold up. Okay, that looks very wrong. That looks very wrong. 1 second. Jesus Christ. Don't oh shut the fuck up. No, wrong. Hold up. You'll get this one. Mm. You see the pattern yet? No, not yet. No? Oh, this song is so good. Here, let me boost you up real quick. Yeah. Okay, this is like very raw coloring right now. It's very bad. So it doesn't look like it. Yeah, this coloring is so bad right now. That's not really helping. uh okay, let me help you even more. Final help. Two. Mhm. Mhm. There we go. Ah, it's the face thingy that's very recognizable, huh? I just don't plan to add it. That's why. I prefer it this way, but you know, obviously, the one that I use is not right. Of course, you know, preferences, right? I don't judge, but hey, I prefer it this way as well. If I can change it, I would. I mean, I can, but I'm too lazy. Yup. Sorry. This is actually the toggle outfit that my avatar have that I just never use. I wonder why. Yeah. I mean, the original outfits, the jacket, the hoodie is very cool. I like that more than this, obviously. But I feel like the jacket is a little bit too gimmicky to draw. Since I always draw a hoodie, I want to do something a little bit different. Here, let me show you. I mean, let me send you a selfie. A commemorate. There you go. Self-ref. Yeah. basically, basically. Not wrong. Not wrong. You just cannot not do the smug style, dude. It's impossible. Impossible. Oops. Although, I don't know how am I gonna give the, you know. Hmm. Up, 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 up. One 12. 112. 112. Mm, 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 mm. 'Ul Socio ane bugo isulka aninal yay Kimnal chakuit nanalka. Okay. Shit, I forget the name of the song. Oh, never mind. Yeah. Kimnal chakuit nanalka. Sulka aninal. Yeah. Boom boom. Alright, I'm kind of satisfied with this right now. Ugh. But the real question here is, should I play some games? Or should I not? Boom. would be hard to not satisfy with yourself. True. I really like the head part here. It's pretty good. Although the bodies definitely could be better. Just too fucking lazy right now. Chika cholmu nare buku isulka Haninal buku ishianelka Job yolgu nare buku isuka Aninal Chaku ichinanilka Aninal piega gu isuka Aninal Yeah. Oh my god. Drawing arms. It's the hardest part to do. Your perspective's fucking scary. There's something you should know. I'm bountiful high on my own. Need to relax and bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Go the sky. Why am I hungry? Oh yeah, I only ate. I only ate a fucking coffee jelly. I just realized earlier. Oh my god, I haven't eaten my dinner. Jesus Christ. Oh no. Okay. No, I already got my food here. I just forgot to eat it. I ordered my food. It's like a chicken and veggies. Um and then they have a coffee jelly thingy thing, but not really. I was just snacking on it earlier and was a little bit, I don't really want to eat anything after that. I forgot that I haven't ate my dinner. God. Uh Mamba, mama, 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 mama. Chicken dinner. Hello, what's up, Saints? How you doing? Hello, what up? All right, you know what? Let's do some React Andy real quick. While I eat my food. And I guess we can play some games or something. I'm not sure. For now, let me save this. Oh my god. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, you guys got any videos? Food video? That's kind of sad. There's a shit tons of League of Legends video in my feed. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, we can start with this. Sure, why not? News? Gamers are angry. Legacy clan? Who would this?
Well, I don't drink, but maybe I should. I really should consider that at this
Yikes.
point. Here we are at the start of a brand new year in which we hope things will improve, but they don't. Anyway, happy new year. You know, trying to stay a little positive, I guess. Seriously, though, I do hope that 2022 is a better year for gaming because, for the most part, 2021 was rather disappointing. Whether that be some of the biggest companies getting exposed over and over and over again, numerous delays of highly anticipated games, and honestly, as a creator, 2021 just sucked. I definitely have high hopes for the new year and hope that, looks like the year is kind of already ruined, isn't it? We're already jumping into the evolution of microtransactions with NFTs. One important thing to recognize is that zero creative individuals are behind NFTs, and the only people supportive or that are pushing for this is business and crypto folks, as well as celebrities looking for a new revenue stream. Someone needs to tell Kevin Smith, eco-friendly or not, nobody wants that crap. Last month, we had the developers behind one of the most highly anticipated games step on this landmine. At first, they doubled down and then realized maybe the outrage is not worth it. Gamers and the people making games do not like NFTs. Personally, myself, I will not support that nonsense. This is just as, and maybe even more exploitative and harmful than loot boxes. Anyway, we have
In gaming,
much
yes.
more to discuss on this later, but for now, I quickly want to briefly address 2021's The Game advertisements, in which 10 minutes of the show was spent on awards, with most of them appearing in a brief slideshow, and the remaining 3 hours and 45 minutes was spent on commercials. That might sound like sarcasm, but it has been found that just around 17% of the show was spent on the awards part, so actually more than I kind of expected. A lot of the show was game related, but a decent chunk was just random crap. Still, though, the show was not terrible. It certainly had its moments. Jeff Keighley is or has become the gaming event guy year-round now. E3 2022 was basically canceled recently, with the organization behind it attempting to use Omicron as a scapegoat for why it isn't happening, but multiple insiders have already exposed that E3 2022 was already not going to be happening as of months ago.
What's up, Dave?
This is what I mean by Keighley taking over, as this summer Game Fest will return and grow. Other companies will continue to do their own thing as well, so while E3 in May may be
Technically, Summer Game Fest replaces E3 in a sense, because it happens in the same time that E3 happened.
Finally being put to rest. What's replacing it is somewhat similar, except for the fact that most of this is now all digital. But back to the Game Awards, we got to see a new look into the lore of Elden Ring, the most anticipated game of 2022, now just about a month away from release. Telltale making The Expanse game is pretty exciting. The Expanse is just phenomenal TV if you haven't seen it before. Shadow of Mordor developer Monolith Productions is jumping into the world of superheroes, with their next game being centered on Wonder Woman. It's planned to feature the Nemesis system and a giant open world, and I'm actually kind of excited for it. Or more so, I'm excited by the potential of this game. Still though, Warner Brothers has to stop disrespecting their biggest hero and commit to a Superman game.
True! Dude, I've been saying this for like a couple months ago. I said this. Why do we still not have Superman game? Why? I don't get it. And yes, I know there was a Superman game way back in fucking PlayStation 2. But no, we need a modern Superman game. I don't... People angry, dude. We need it! I swear. Also, congratulations, Jenny, for Gold 2. Hell yeah. Pog you, man.
Something we've been waiting forever for, and something that supposedly keeps getting rejected by the top executives. Besides those reveals, we also had Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2, which looks like it could be a ton of fun. Hellblade 2, I had trouble figuring out whether it was a cinematic or gameplay, based on how good it looked, and it was in fact gameplay. The long-rumored Alan Wake 2 was finally confirmed with a little mini trailer. Quantic Dream showed off a CGI cinematic for their open-world Star Wars game, which is still reportedly 5 to 6 years away, which, call me a buzzkill, but that trailer is just pointless. Sure, the argument will be made that it shows off the vision and vibe of a game that won't look like that and will definitely change over the years. So reportedly the game is in development hell right now, so who knows if it ever releases. Now, this specific reveal was interesting though, because Jeff Keighley opened the show denouncing harassment and abuse in the games industry, saying we won't stand for it. As far as I recall, he strangely only directed his remarks at online communities. I guess he couldn't use the words gaming companies for whatever reason. Anyway, then Keighley had this big flashy High Republic era Star Wars reveal from a studio embroiled in allegations made by employees of, you know, harassment and abuse. You know, the things he just said we don't stand for.
Well, you're right. The subtitle's wrong. What the fuck?
Understand this criticism isn't necessarily aimed at just Keighley. The problem with taking an indirect stance against Activision Blizzard is that everyone else has skeletons in their closet. Ubisoft, Quantic Dreams, Riot Games, which had a huge presence at the game,
fucking
adverts,
Dutch.
Bungie, Rockstar Games, Epic Games, and the list goes on and on. All of them preach inclusivity, diversity, equality, and then get exposed for doing horrific things. Obviously, some are far worse offenders than others, but these things go completely against the message they want everyone to believe about their workplace and what they stand for or against. There's a real lack of self-awareness and authenticity in this games industry.
Yo, what up, Raku and Lynn?
Though, the best moment of the night was by far, well, maybe not by far, but the legend Joseph Ferris taking the stage to accept the Game of the Year award for his studio's title It Takes Two was just awesome. But moving past the games industry's big yearly award show, Joseph Ferris actually popped up in the news for another reason, one that just shows that he truly is a real one, someone that is focused on creativity and someone that just gets it. Speaking to the Washington Post, Ferris provided his thoughts on NFTs, saying that he'd rather get shot in the knee than include them in future games. He further elaborated his thoughts, saying, whatever decision you take in a game where you have to adjust the design to make the player pay or do something that makes you want him to pay money, that is wrong, if you ask me. Now, if you ask a big CEO that runs a company, he would say I'm stupid because companies are about making money, but I would still say no. For me, gaming is art. Unfortunately, he's on the money with this take. The sacks of horse manure that lead this industry do not care about creativity or innovation, or it seems human rights. Their sole focus is money, and that's it. Speaking of human rights, one of the biggest video games in the world, Genshin Impact, received some fresh CCP censorship.
I saw this.
Jean, Amber, Rosaria, and Mona have all been changed in order to have more modest
Oh my god. Oh my god.
revealing costumes. It's been noted that these changes are only mandatory in China, and in the West, the new costumes will be added as optional extras. This is truly the fear with Chinese corporations going balls deep into the games industry. It's the potential destructive influence that will come raining down from above. Political censorship in gaming is a real problem that for some reason keeps getting swept under the rug.
A solidarity salute to my brothers that lives in China. Feels bad, man. Feels bad.
As if it's a non-issue. It won't have huge implications down the road when, say, Tencent purchases a well-known gaming studio that everyone loves. They most recently acquired a little-known studio called Turtle Rock, and I find it hard to believe they'll be stopping there with acquisitions. One of the more highly anticipated games of 2022, which is due out in just a number of weeks, Dying Light 2, found itself in some hot water, or well, let's call it very warm water. The developers shared that to complete the entire game, it'll take 500 hours. Techland assumed this was a major W because gamers love endless games. See, whenever developers share how massive the open world is in terms of size or even length, I usually let it go through one ear and out the other because it's usually a whole lot of nothing. This is the Ubisoft strategy that I despise. Now, fortunately, Techland clarified that their 500-hour game is really something that can be completed in 20 or so hours, with players being able to experience all narrative content in under 100 hours. So where the rest of this 400 hours of content is going, who knows? RPG choices.
They're doing the Valhalla shit, aren't they? They're doing the Valhalla shit. Let's be honest, they're doing the Valhalla shit.
Collectibles, challenges, clearing outposts, finding gear. I would assume that's gotta be it. I just fear this open world game will turn into a tedious grind, something I experience often with Ubisoft open worlds. For comparison's sake, AC Valhalla took 135 hours on average to fully beat. This being 3 times that is kinda concerning, as you know that game became boring and repetitive in about a dozen or so hours. At the very least, it's good to know that the game's main story of Dying Light 2 won't run 100 hours, but I do think those wanting a plat trophy may be spending a lot of hours on this. And I know this will come up, but please spare me the why are you complaining about more content argument, because that's not a reflection at all on quality. Regardless, this is some easy PR for Dying Light 2, which very much will need it in a stacked February, with much of the attention right now on its competitors such as Elden Ring. And it looks like some actual other developers are using this situation to their advantage as well. Now, another highly anticipated game, one much further away, received a new, very interesting rumor coming via YouTuber Mr. Matty Plays, friend of the channel. Matty revealed that the KOTOR remake will stray from its strict RPG elements, adding in a more action-focused combat style, which was compared to God of War or Neo, apparently being inspiration for what Aspire Media is producing with this remake. Now, obviously, that has garnered a bit of a divisive reaction, as many wish to see the old classic turn-based combat remain. Matty furthermore revealed that there might be multiple play modes, which could mean that there is an option for the old classic combat, the new real-time combat, something that stays true to the original but also gives players the option for something new and different. This is probably the best avenue to take in my opinion. If you have not heard, GTA Online has been receiving some giant content lately, essentially getting story DLC with Franklin, something that GTA 5 fans had hoped to see years ago, but it was cancelled at the time due to the enormous success of the online component. So while GTA Online has continued to get all of this attention and love, the other Rockstar multiplayer game Red Dead Online has gotten nothing. To put it into perspective, Red Dead Online is basically that neglected stepbrother to GTA Online, the golden child. To be quite honest, this isn't surprising in the slightest and isn't necessarily a new problem. I remember in the early days just imagining the possibilities for Red Dead Online, maybe seeing a map expansion into Mexico, but yeah, that has not happened at all. Rockstar is of the mindset that they invest resources into projects that break the bank, and unfortunately, Red Dead Online has never done that. I'd honestly argue of all the updates RDO has received over the years, none of them compare to what GTA Online has received in the slightest. Now, this lack of content has finally reached a boiling point, which fans are pissed. For months, the only thing Red Dead fans have seen is free beans and bonuses on old existing content. This leads into the hashtag Save Red Dead Online campaign that has been dominating social media these last few days. It's an effort to get Rockstar to care, but I have some bad news because Rockstar only listens to the dollar signs.
True.
That's the only reason why the GTA trilogy's problems were even publicly addressed by Rockstar. Their parent company's stock took a major hit, and so Rockstar released a statement of sorts saying that they were sorry. Now, as is the case with almost all of these save blah 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 game campaigns, some individuals are taking it a step too far. What I mean by that is some have targeted specific Rockstar developers and attacked them over decisions that they have zero control over. Anyway, some of the top posts on social media for this hashtag Save Red Dead Online campaign come from Ben T, a games industry writer who said 2 years of this nonsense from Rockstar now, they simply don't care anymore. The care and love for Red Dead 2 is long gone. It's all down to GTA 5 now. What a disappointing turnout. Another Twitter user saying it's such a shame this game is being neglected when there is so much potential. It really is.
Here's the thing though. I feel like even when Red Dead Online released for the first time, I never thought it would launch. It would be as big as GTA Online because GTA Online is still a thing. Like, why would you want two online services under the same? Well, Red Dead and GTA is a different series, but I mean, Red Dead Redemption is basically GTA, but from the past. It's basically the same game with different story and slightly different mechanics. But it's basically the same game. Why would you want two online mode? It's just impossible to manage. I don't get it. I don't get it why Red Dead Online is a thing. Like, they should release Red Dead Online if GTA Online is failing, in my opinion. You just don't release two of them.
Like the Wild West now because there's nothing to do and no one to play with. Another top post, stop milking GTA 5 and start working on Red Dead Online. One of the game's many fan pages writing, if you ever feel useless, remember Red Dead Online has a feedback page. Tweets like this go on and on and on. The Save Red Dead Online hashtag was actually one of the top ones in the US the last few days. A lot of people are fed up, and most of this recent frustration was spawned by this specific announcement of new bonuses, in which the comment section is many voicing their displeasure with Rockstar ignoring their community. It is worth mentioning that Red Dead Online does have a smaller storyline, albeit it's not very good, but it's something that is still not finished 3 years later. Just to understand the level of neglect, this is something that started back in 2020. It was actually with the Bounty Hunter update, which introduced the new role to the game. At the time, every 6 months Red Dead Online was receiving a new major update. This one, though, received a mixed reception as many recognized that this new role lacked in content compared to the previous ones. Like with all of these roles, none of this is necessarily free either. Anyway, that's not the point. The next update was Blood Money, which came in January of 2021 and again featured a lack of content. That was a year ago, and here in 2022, nothing about the online component's future has been mentioned, which is concerning because usually months ahead of time Rockstar teases future updates, something that they have not done. So to understand what I'm trying to get at, this is not a new problem. Right out of the gate, Rockstar developed content for Red Dead Online, and very quickly, about a year and a half after launch, someone in their business department must have realized it was not worth their time to have so many developers supporting it. Will this change? Even with the public push, I highly doubt it. Red Dead Online has been mismanaged since the beginning. Rockstar clearly did not understand the game's audience. They certainly tried incorporating narrative elements into Red Dead Online, but it really pales in comparison to the base game in so many ways. If anything, I wish Rockstar would just come out and say what's obvious. They have moved on. Maybe in a few months, a new content update will come about, something I don't expect to be major, but after that, hopefully it's clear to the dedicated players that Rockstar's attention has shifted elsewhere, and when I say elsewhere, you know exactly what I mean. Parent company Take-Two Interactive broke some major news the other day by purchasing mega mobile developer Zynga, costing...
Wow, oh, Farmville, oh my god. Guys, do you guys remember Farmville? Back in the day, I played on Facebook.com. Alright. Anyways. Alright, I finished my food. Dude, every time a YouTube video or someone covering news about Rockstar, I just feel bad. I just feel bad. It sucks. Because you know they make good games. You know. But their business side is just shit. Their business side of the company is just really, really bad. Like, they only listen to the money. Even though they know they can make good fucking games. Like GTA 5 single player. Fucking Red Dead Redemption 2 story. It was such a good fucking game. But they just want those shark cards purchases, man. Oh my god. Why? Why? Cannot even make good games anymore. I know. They probably can, but they don't want to put the money in that because it's not as profitable. I get it. I get it. God damn it. I don't know, man. Oh my god. Alright, this song a bit. Anyway, have you guys heard about Microsoft buying Activision Blizzard? That's right. That's right. Microsoft to acquire Activision Blizzard for $68.7 billion. Oh my god. Lucas mentioned it to me like an hour ago, and I still cannot believe it. I still cannot believe this. Like, what? Microsoft is going ham, dude. They're going ham. They're oh my god. They're spending a lot of money. 68 billion, dude. What the fuck? I don't get these companies. They have such absurd amount of money. They could buy each employees 3 Bugattis and their grandsons would still be set for life. That's what a successful company do, man. What can I say? That's just how it is. Let's make World of Warcraft a one purchase time game. I bet. Here's the thing. There's a reason why Xbox bought Blizzard, Activision Blizzard. Because they know it's profitable as fuck. They know, right? It's not a, you know, it's different from Bethesda, sure. Bethesda is like huge. But buying Activision Blizzard is gigantic. It's not, Xbox basically just bought one of the most legendary combo in the gaming industry. Like, Blizzard, Activision, they responsible basically for most of the Call of Duty. Even though they're just publisher, you know, Call of Duty probably won't be this big without Activision. And Blizzard literally grow up with you. Most of you. Like this shit, this company's older than some of you guys in the chat. Like fucking World of Warcraft, Diablo, dude, fucking StarCraft, the game that no one plays anymore. And then there's Overwatch, but like, you know, Omega Lil Watch. You know? Bobby Kotick getting whipped tonight? Yeah. Whatever. I'm just glad that we don't have to deal with him anymore. You know what I mean? They can get a bunch of profit by buying Candy Crush. Do people actually still play Candy Crush? I'm actually surprised. But you know, whatever. But I'm looking forward for this. I'm looking forward for this. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. The existing sequels that probably already in the progress, already in the making, probably not gonna get changed a lot, but the next game. Like let's say, you know, fucking I feel like the most impactful thing that the Xbox can impact in terms of like their series is World of Warcraft. Like, how are they gonna implement World of Warcraft into Xbox system? How are they gonna deal with it? What are they gonna do with it? That's what I'm really curious about. You know what I mean? I'm really curious about that. Overwatch. At this point, I don't know if Overwatch 2 is even gonna be, you know, you know. Chat, if when Overwatch 2 gonna release, are you guys gonna buy it? Because you know, apparently you still gotta buy it. I don't know if it's, you know, okay, you know what? Let's say Overwatch is gonna be available in Xbox Game Pass. Let's just say that. Are you guys gonna give it a try? Overwatch 2. You know what I mean? Because based on everything that's going on that they've announced so far, Xbox, I mean, Overwatch 2 is I don't know, it's just not interesting at all. You know? It's just not, it's the same exact fucking game. They added a PvE mode. They changed the PvP from 6v6 to 5v5. And some skin changes. And then the UI change. It's more of an Overwatch 1.5 rather than Overwatch 2. Let's be honest here. That's the thing. So I don't think anyone can help, or I don't know. Maybe Mr. Phil Spencer able to do something about it, and we'll see something huge when it comes to that. I don't know. We'll have to find out, I guess. Overwatch 2 shouldn't be a thing, to be honest. Why not just update the base game? Because they have to make something big. And just updating Overwatch is not big in terms of Overwatch, because you know they've done a lot of big things in the first game already. Like the meta changes was so absurd that the game probably went through a lot of community changes just from the meta update. Meta update. You know what I'm talking about? So they needed something so big that every single news outlet out there and every single YouTuber or Twitch streamer have to give it a try. Well, a sequel, even though it doesn't make sense. But you know, yeah, you know, I don't know, man. I don't know. You're wrong. They made you buy the same thing and they get the skins all over again. Probably. I'm probably not gonna buy it. I'm gonna be honest. Even though I love Overwatch in terms of like playing the game, the company behind it is just I, I don't know. It needs to be hype again because it's a competitive game. And the only reason I can have fun in a competitive playing a competitive game is that the game is exciting to play. If it's not exciting, it's just, like what? Like You know what I mean? And I don't know if they're gonna implement the same loot box system. I doubt it. Because that's a lot of that's a I don't think that's a good idea to do in 2022 or more. A game with loot box, skin, or any cash shop should be free in the first place. In a current year, yes, I do agree. That's why I said I feel like among these games that we see right now, among the series, I feel like Overwatch is the most sensible game that's gonna be available on Game Pass. Obviously. A lot of people gonna download it just because they already subscribe to Game Pass. Why not? Might as well give it a try, you know? And they need that. They need the people to at least download it and at least click play on the game once. That's the start of the revenue stream. They know. They know. They know what they're doing. God damn. 68 billion, dude. How much money is that, man? Oh my god. Is that dude, how much money is that? What the fuck? They should buy me a house. Vouch. True. That's huge, man. That's huge. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Companies nowadays, man. Gaming companies. Ah, man. What the fuck? Never thought in my life I would see a motherfucking Microsoft owning Activision Blizzard. Quite literally. What the fuck, man? You know what Xbox is doing right now? If I cannot make one, I'll just buy one. I'm sorry. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It was a joke. It was a joke. I'm kidding. I love Microsoft. They make good games. Halo, woo! Halo is so cool. Halo is so fun. Forza is cool. Yay. That's about it. See ya. I'm kidding. Alright. I'm done with drawing right now. I'm settling with this. Let me save this for now. Alright, now. To the question, to the $1,000,000 question. What to play? I'm gonna be honest, I didn't think about playing today. I was just thinking about gaming, drawing a little bit, chatting with you guys, and I just go off. But since I can chill out with my friends, but most of them are pretty occupied already. Play Bannerlord? I do not have Bannerlord. Sorry. Oh, I know. Hold up. And no, we're not gonna play God of War today because I don't really have enough time to play God of War. If I start now, I only have like less than 2 hours to stop stream and go to sleep. So let's try something new. Crack it out and tell us so. I mean, it's Bannerlord. Why would you crack Bannerlord anyway? I feel like that's the type of game that, you know, first, I think they are a solo developer. Are they indie? I forgot. And if anything, you kind of want to support indie devs. And second, I think that game is much more fun playing online multiplayer. You know? Ah, I didn't finish downloading it. I forgot I was downloading Elite Dangerous. But I forgot to finish. No fucking way. Wait, try to free up your space? Did I run out of space? Oh, never mind, I am. Hold up. Because I'm poor. Just get money. Lol, dude. Hold up. Let me see first. How many gigs do I need to? Hold up. I still have Genshin Impact installed, but never updated it. Sadga. Once in, can I uninstall Genshin? I never played anyway. I don't know why I never uninstalled it, because I just thought I probably gonna play it again someday. I don't know when, but I probably gonna play it someday. I don't know when though. Genshin removed this new character belly button. I know. Shenhe? I don't know how to pronounce her name. I know. When they announced the character for the first time, that is the first that detail is the first thing that I immediately recognize. I was like, okay. Like, come on. I mean, come on. First of all, the character design is just so beautiful. It's so good. I love the costume design so much. Like, oh my god, dude. You know what I mean? It's just so elegant. Like, man. Although I have no idea how the fuck do you wear this outfit? Like, what's the process? How do you wear this outfit? It's so complicated. Like, goddamn. But I get it. You don't really think about this kind of stuff. Whatever. Waiting for Venti. Stop mentioning Venti. It's not happening, man. It's not happening. Do a magical girl transformation. True. Most sensible way. Most sensible one. um. It's only 1 gigs. Okay, hold up. Gara, what you doing? Okay. No way, I have to reinstall the game. Oh my fucking god, I hate you so much, Epic Games. I hate you so. Dude, I already installed 20 gigs and I have to reinstall the game again because there is an error. What the fuck is wrong with this? Fucking. Okay, no Elite Dangerous. Elite. Elite. Elite Dangerous is out of option. How about a little Valor? I'm kidding. I don't know. I'm not feeling like Valorant right now. Could be fun though. Could be fun, but kind of want to chill with you guys. Not really play by myself. Hum. Give me ideas, chat. Give me ideas. What should we play? Sorry. Actually, I do have like games that I installed but I never played. I'm just like I keep staring at them and I was like, I don't know if I should play them today. But I think I should give it a try. Let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. 60 parsecs? What is 60 parsecs? Oh, this game? I'm gonna be honest, I'm not really interested with this game. I don't know why. It's kinda, it's cool, but I don't know. I like the concept, but I don't know. And Valheim, I'm not playing Valheim until the developer release another update. They haven't released any other update recently. And I already finished like the base game content. So, you know. You know. Okay, let's try this game. Oh my god, I'm still in art this whole time. Nah, you guys are gonna love this. You guys are probably gonna love this game. Play League, new meta. The day I will play League is the day I will play League. I don't know. I'm not a MOBA player. I don't really enjoy MOBA. Okay, it's kind of loud. Ow! Okay, that's loud as fuck. Hold up. There we go. We're good now. Okay. Why is the click sound so loud? Okay. Okay, graphics definitely need to go down. I can barely. Motion blur off, view distance medium. Okay. Apply. Display, borderless, sure. Lock on 60, sure. English 90, bada bing bada boom. Streamer mode? Option allows for camera vertical bobbing effect. Huh? The option allows for camera vertical bobbing effect during movement. Oh wait, no, that's. Oh wait, sure. Okay, sure. I guess we'll just enable the streamer mode, probably for DMCA or something. If I have to guess. Okay. Oh shit, what is this? GTA style loading screen. Look, go ahead and buddy. Birdie. Billy Ho, Billy Ho. Somewhere. Oh my. Jesus Christ. Oh shit. We're driving. God damn. Hell yeah, brother. It's been 20 years since I left my city. My wife, my kids. It is driving animation though. Congratulations, you are now the owner of Dust Bowl gas station. Damn. Okay. Just like that? And we start the game. Damn, okay. We're balling. Okay, hold up. I barely hit 60 FPS. Fuck, man. Oh my god, the game looks... Okay, the shadow needs to stay. The shadow needs to stay. Okay. Do that. Boom. Alright. Good shit. Current task, figure out how to enter the gas station in while holding something, throw it right mouse button into the trash can to get a score. What? Oh, come on. Really? Listen. There we go. Listen, chat, I swear, I used to play basketball in high school. Alright? I'm that guy. Okay, hold up. You know what? I cannot play on high settings. For some fucking reason. Sag. Bro, just get in. I'm old. Just like that? Oh, okay. It's raining so hard right now outside. Can you guys hear the raining? It's like heavy rain. Okay. Follow the high voltage cable and find a way to turn on the electricity. What high voltage cable? Huh? I don't see it. Oh, this? Na na na. You're all of me. Only when I speak? Fortunate. There's nothing I can do. But it's not that annoying, I hope. Average basketball player from Indonesia. Shut the fuck up. Damn. Is this a jammer? Oh, we got an arcade here? Oh damn! Not enough money? I'll be back. RC? Wait. Can we play the RC? It's the loudest sound. Oh, I think we control the RC from this. Because it's called Car Frenzy. That's what I'm guessing. Alright. Just go back. Pick up the phone at the booth. Playing a game in a game, I know. Immersion! So we basically just wasted our whole fucking money just to buy this shitty ass gas station. And now we have $0.
Congratulations on your purchase and investment, little nephew. It has been a while since you've heard my voice now, hasn't it? Yes, I'm a busy person. But luck would have it that the land you've purchased once belonged to my father. Since you are not only a potential business partner, but family no less, I'll do my best to help you. I will send you emails on a regular basis providing you with information on how to handle each part of the business. Scroll down? Do make sure to pay attention. Well, I must head off now. It was pleasant speaking to you again. Good luck.
Thanks. Where's this? Open, close. This will reset all the cars and cars. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, so we're close right now. Read the email on the computer. Okay. Howdy! Or greetings and salutation. The dialogue never really was my forte. Regardless, I've just heard you've made a solid investment. Though, I pity the fact you had to sell your car for it. You could have always asked me for a loan. I'll pitch in with a few tips and tricks. My emails will come periodically. You can index them, blah, 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 blah. Forget to keep generating profit. Refurbish a fuel dispenser first. And don't worry about the money for this part. We're family after all. Family keeps an eye on each other's back. I'm here to lend a helping hand. When me puts money where the mouth says, as they say. Aw. Okay. Thanks, bro. Uncle? The next day you gotta purchase an AR-16. Goddamn. Whoa! Move the sand piles in front of the gas pump. Gas pump. Gas pump. Wait, we're actually doing all the work? No fuel. That's kind of ironic. I own a fucking gas pump. Gas station. Are you kidding me? Hey, fucking should I be proud? Jerry can while holding jerry can left click, distributor replenish it. If it's full, left click, excavator refuel. Okay. Equip the jerry can. Refill it and refuel Rudy. Rudy! Does our tractor even have a name? Do you guys name your own tractors too, chat? Fucking Rudy. Oh shit. Wait, how do I know if it's full? Okay, never mind. I was about to say. Okay. Return to removing sand piles. If I have one, I'll name it Unfortunate Accident. Wait, how do I do it? Hold left click. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? That's kind of weird, but sure. Red, here's an idea. Play a Titanfall 2. Not feeling it right now. I'll come back to it when I install the fucking mod thingy thing. But it's probably just gonna be a one-time thing. Not really, you know, I don't feel like streaming Titanfall 2 on stream. Does that make sense? Like, it's a fun game, but I don't think it's a game that I would stream. Gas station open, you can open it, go close it any time, user downtime, organize, well, right next to it is a button to restart traffic. Okay. Alright, let's go back, Rudy. Refill your fuel supplies using the PC. Oh, the computer? Now they call the computer the PC. Earlier they called it a computer. Looks like we have two screenwriter here. Fuel delivery premium. Damn. The order is less than 100. $200. Fuel left 200. Gotta do what you gotta do, man. Fuel ordered. Test your skill on arcade while you wait for the next assignment? Oh shit, I have money. Wait, dude, play Origins. Yeah, no thanks. And ironically, forgot Respawn didn't even bother fixing servers. Because EA said so. Oh! RC car race! Wait, you can jump, go through all the checkpoint in outline order, finish the race before 1:15 to get a $20? Okay. Easy. You don't mess with a Forza gamer, man. Oh fuck. I fucked up. I fucked up! No! Jump! Oh shit! What the fuck? Oh! Trick point. Oh shit, almost wrong. Oh! Double front flip. Varial kick flip. 118. Wait, did I get the 20 bucks? No, I didn't. Music's, everything's so loud, dude. Did I not get anything? Are you kidding me? No. We're getting back. How much do I need again to get 20 bucks? Wait, I did. Wait, never mind. I did. I got 1 minute, 8 seconds, right? Okay, I think I did. Whatever. Can I keep shifting blame to EA? They made it very clear they don't give a shit about Titanfall anymore. Respawn? No, I'm just saying, Respawn. The only thing that allows that can allow Titanfall to be released is EA. Why do you mean you cannot blame EA? EA is the one that in control, not Respawn. Respawn is the employee here in terms of like what games that they can make. What's up? Wait.
Thanks.
Is that Elon Musk? Okay. Is this his side hustle? Huh. Alright. Oh wait, we got a customer. How do we do this? Interact. Fueling. Grab the injector, blah blah blah. Fuel cap will be outlined. Fuel the car, interacting the cap, L shift to boost the speed, hit the mark and get paid. Plus tip if close to target. Fueling. Grab the injector. Okay. What? Uh-oh.
I'm not gonna pay a dime for this.
What? What the fuck? That's not how it works, you bitch. What the fuck? God damn it, man. With a trash bag, you can pick up small garbage and replace garbage bags in the trash can. Bigger garbage like junk or filled trash bags be put in container. Finally, need to order garbage collection using PC. We'll have trash can for a long time. We'll start stinging and discourage. Oh. Okay. So we're cleaning up the litter. Oh, interesting system. I like that. Okay. Empty the trash can inside the station using the trash bag. Dispose the filled trash bag and old furniture. Okay, how do I do that? Oh shit, customer. Hold up. 1 second. Oh fuck. Alright. I'm gonna make it work this time. Watch.
How much do I owe you?
Easy, dude. Hell yeah. Thank you for coming to Ball. What is the name of my store? I don't even know. God damn it. Alright, let's clean up this fucking trash. Like I clean up the fucking, you know, the lobby, a Valorant lobby. Oh shit, bro. Oh shit.
Thank you for coming to Sweet Home Alabama, sister.
What the fuck? Bro, why am I so bad? My depth perspective is so fucked. Okay, 50% from here. Easy. High score. Watch this. Alright. Boom. That's not even in. I got a high score. Whatever. That counts. Alright. Let's just clean this up. Boom. Kablam. Kaboom. I don't think that's a trash, but sure. Whatever. Oh my god. Stop stuttering. Kablam. Kablam. Dude, we're literally trashing all the useful stuff that it doesn't even look like a trash. It looks like it's actually still function. What the fuck? Alright, that counts. Buy a broom, equip it. Oh, I gotta buy it first. Free. Equip it. In top left, blah blah blah, you see dirt bar, dirt status. Hold. Okay. Oh. Oh. This is actually kind of neat. Alright, we need to increase our FOV for gamer advantage, gamer mode. Let's go 110. This is Apex Legend now. Look at those. The efficiency, seeing dirt in a wider FOV is insane, dude. Insane. We got physics in this game. Oh. We got physics, let's go. Ah, yes. Alright. Time to help my customer. Okay. Let's see. How much do you want, ma'am?
Pretty much what I asked for.
Exactly, ma'am. Thank you, thank you. Order garbage collection using a computer. What? This game would be so fun with Half-Life assets. I can see that. I can see that. Is that how you clean your PC? True? True? Did I say true? True. True? I don't have the key. How the fuck do I go in? Wait, I cannot go in? Oh! What the fuck? Wait, how do I go in? I don't get it. How do I use my PC? What? I think the tutorial is bugged. I think it's supposed to use this PC. Not that. Yep. Order a garbage truck. Yes. What? Event. Dennis. Dennis will appear on station occasionally and paint gravity on the walls. Graffiti gravity. Stop him by throwing items at him and scare him off. A new event will appear during the course of the game. You can turn him off in an option. Oh. Hey, fuckface!
I'll show you.
Fuck you! Ah, fuck! Piece of shit! Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out! I told you to keep playing Fortnite. Never come back. Stupid ass.
Hey.
Fuck you! Oh my god, dude. You suck. What the fuck, bro? My feelings. My roller pain and scribble the walls. God damn it, man. Once equipped, tap shift to select color, get close to wall, blah blah blah, hold, okay, whatever, okay. Oh my god, what the fuck? Okay, this is a weird mechanic. Interesting. They just paint the whole fucking wall, might as well. Oh god. Uh-oh. I'm inside the garbage truck. Oh no, I'm inside Rudy. Find the right tool to break into the car trunk. What? Oh, lockpick. Oh, Skyrim. Okay. Easy. Okay. There we go. Dust Bowl painting. Nice. A thief. Hang the Dust Bowl paint. Oh wait, we got a customer. Oh my god, it's a cop. It's a cop. It's a cop. Hey, good morning, sir. What the fuck happened to your car? Jesus Christ, okay.
Pretty much what I asked for.
Yes, sir. Sir, I think you need to, you know, I don't know how. What the f. Okay. I guess he played Cyberpunk. Hang the Dust Bowl painting inside the gas station. Dust Bowl painting inside the gas station. Oh. Boom. Clean. Buy 2 shelves. Soft drink. Oh my god. Oh wait, we're rich. What the fuck? Small soft drink stand. And small food stand. Place 2 shelf inside the gas station. Hold up. Alrighty, alrighty. Where should we put this? I think here would be good. Would be nice. I guess we gotta replace the painting somewhere else. I guess that's fine. Yeah. Hold up. Boom. That's not a line. Oh my god, my OCD. Ah! Cannot be a line! Alright, whatever. No! Okay, one more. Kablam. Clean. I like that. Just for the scrapping, I need this game. Buy additional parking space via the PC. Parking space? What? Buy free. Cannot purchase before cleaning the area. Oh my god. Oh god, customer. Here you go, ma'am.
Just as I wanted.
I mean, sir. Sorry. Or, God, sorry. This is actually pretty nice. Surprisingly. Where do I put this again? I forgot. Oh, there. It's kind of chill. But at the same time, the mini games for each activity is actually pretty engaging. Kablam. Easy. Now what? I guess we can just buy it now? Ah. Good shit, boys. Good shit, boys. Fuel status low. Answer a call from uncle. Oh shit, hold up. Customer first. How much, ma'am? Okay.
Just as I wanted.
The first tip? Oh shit. Thank you. I get train station renovation, but this is an Xbox. What do you mean?
Hello.
Oh.
I see the business is doing well.
Yes, sir.
I'm calling to
Oh shit, misclick.
getting it off the ground. But you can't run a business on fuel alone. I've had a few of my people deliver some extra stock for those empty shelves of yours. Time to talk money. You now owe me. Well,
What?
I'll send you the invoice to your email. Don't miss it. I'm sorry, nephew, but there is just no room for charity in this world.
What the fuck?
I hope you'll find it within your finances to repay the debt. Otherwise, we'll be forced to see to more persuasive methods of reimbursement.
What the shit?
Don't have me wait too long now. Goodbye.
What? What? I got scammed. What the fuck? Serve the customer. Oh shit, we got customer? Dude, we don't even have customer. I got scammed by my own uncle? What the fuck? That's kind of fucked up, dude. Alright, let me clean this place up real quick. I feel like 110 FOV is a little bit too much. Let's just do 100. There we go. Ukrainian mafia. Oh shit, customer. Fuck you. Fuck you. Come in. Oh. Oh. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome to the Red of the Trap. Welcome. You got yep. We got some meal. We got snackies. You know, the usual shit, bro. What do I do? Use L shift to move the belt and left mouse button to move product. Move product over scanner and put them in the basket. The belt will get dirty over time. Slow down, clean it by holding right. Oh my, what? Okay. Oh my god.
Top of the line job there.
Oh shit. Thank you. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Alright, okay. Oh. No! No! Are you kidding me? If it fell down, I cannot clean it.
You're joking, right?
Yo, you just got a free item, motherfucker. Shut the fuck up.
How much do I owe you?
Easy, easy. That guy just got pissed off because he got a free can. Free Coca-Cola. What the fuck? Oh shit, customer. Ungrateful.
Thanks a bunch.
What the fuck? Alright. Ah! Oh! I forgot the trash can is behind the store. We gotta do this for quite a bit. Pay the loan using PC? Oh my god. Oh damn. Dude, there's so many of them. Also, it just said I have fuel status low. How the fuck do I refuel my fuel? Alright, let's pay the loan. Pay 100. Pay the loan. Oh my god, I'm out of money. Are you fucking kidding me? I shouldn't pay. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Okay, we gotta make a quick buck. Oh shit, man. I have $0 right now. The fuck up!
Are you kidding?
Did I fucked up? Are you kidding me? Oh my god, dude. I cannot do anything right, bro. Fuck, man. I should have listened to Dad and Mom. This is what happened if you want to. Oh, fuck. I thought I can become a streamer. Oh my god. I told them I don't want to go to college because I want to be a Twitch streamer. Here I am. Oh my god. I should have listened to them. Oh my god. I'm sorry, Mom. Fuck. Fucking hate my job, dude. Yo, what the fuck is that plane? That seems so unnecessary. Fail streamer simulator. Too far, too far. Let me call the garbage. Oh shit! Sorry, sorry. What the fuck, Rudy? God damn it. Oh my god.
Have a nice day.
Thank you. Come back soon. Alright. Customer, customer, customer. Huh?
You're kidding.
It bugged! It bugged! Sir! Sir, please. Please, I need money, sir. Sir, please, no. Oh my god, sir, please. Let me refuel it again, but... Fuck, man. What a fucked up day. God damn it. Answer the phone call. The fuck, man?
Pong. Where's our goddamn money?
What the? Yo, I'm making talk. Oh. What the fuck, man? I was trying my best. What the fuck? Who is this? Is this my uncle? What the fuck is going on? Is that supposed to be my uncle? What is this, Fallout New Vegas?
Wake up, Sam. You've got a gas station to run.
Oh my you didn't. Devs. Devs, you. No, Devs. You did not just do that. Are you kidding me? Did they? Oh my god. He just did that.
Hey, nephew. Back on your feet? I hope your head's no longer spinning. Thanks for picking up. We need to talk. There was a mistake, a serious one. You can rest easy knowing I will have the responsible people dealt proper retribution for what has happened. The amount of time on your investment loan deadline was rendered far too short for what the amount was. It's plain bad business. And I don't make bad business decisions. Let's forget about this debacle for the time being. As a token of apology, please accept this small gift. It will help with your next delivery. No strings attached. However, you will need to make the warehouse operational again to receive
my scroll wheel's
it. Somehow. You're a resolute lad. You'll figure it out.
God damn it, dude. So much debts. Taking a loan is not available on your computer. The loan money has been returned to you. The fuck? No more fuel? Oh, I have no fuel! Oh my fucking god, no wonder. It didn't bugged. Oh my fucking god. Fuel supply. Give me fucking 500, dude. The order has been reduced to match the available capacity. Okay, order. Fuck. Oh man, now we have to wait. Ma'am. Listen. Ah, shit. Nice car, first of all. You know, I think this is like a fucking, what is it called? Stingray or some shit like that. Like a fucking Porsche? I don't fucking know, dude. You need to clean it, fucking, fucking, skirp. Very, very clean, you know. There's a little bit of a extra thingy thing, ma'am. It's okay. It's okay. This is we're you know, extra. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, this is great. Oh shit, hold up. We have customers to register. Hello, I'm coming. I can push everything, dude. I need to be careful. Oh, fucking god. That's amazing. Fuck. Oh my god, that was close. Yo, ma'am, why are you buying so much from a fucking gas station?
Pretty much what I asked for.
Jesus Christ. Okay, hold up. 1 second. Gotta do this shit. Okay. Alright, come in. Hold up. Okay.
I was worried we'd be stranded.
What? Sure.
I was worried we'd be stranded.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Oh god, she's still there. How do I say this, Chad? Oh no. Don't tell me I have to... Oh no. The fuel thing won't progress if the car is not fueled. No, where did the car go? Oh my god. I need to bring it back. Chat, where did it launch? Oh my god. We're so fucked. Oh, there it is. This is fucking great, dude. Oh my fucking god. Okay. We're getting there. Excuse me, sir. I'm sorry. It's a little bit minor inconvenience. Don't worry about it. See? Like nothing ever happened.
Great.
Exactly. Look at that, Chad. Like nothing ever happened. Oh my fucking god. Lone lockpicking. Okay, I'm not gonna read all that. Dude, the game keeps stuttering here and there, making this game mode still a bit harder. Okay, challenges outdoor decoration bot. Outdoor. Boom. Bye. Sure. Done. The shield's not fixed after a year? I think that's on purpose. Because I love that. Please don't fix that. Oh shit. Station level 2. What upgrade did I get? Okay. Full trash? Oh shit. Delivery, garbage collection. I forgot, dude. Fuck. Shut the fuck up! Wait. Come back soon! It's an achievement! Oh my god. Ah, I love you, devs. I love you. Holy fuck. Oh my god. That was great. That was fucking great. Okay, we gotta lockpick this shit. Wait, no? Find a way to enter the warehouse and open its gates. Fuck. Gotta find another way. Hold up. Oh, wait, there's a key. No, what the fuck? Fucking hell. Oh, we just got an extension. Okay. Let's game it out. Probably showed them to not fix it. Exactly. I love it, dude. I love it. The feature is fucking amazing. Shit, there's a customer to fuel again as well. Hello. Oh my god, stutters. Yo, what the fuck? Why you buy so much, bitch? Alright, alright. Come back soon. Awesome. Just get in the car, ma'am. It's okay. Come back soon. There we go. All right, let's get into the warehouse. Do 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 do. Kablam. What the fuck? Keep your warehouse gates closed, otherwise someone may steal from you. Monka Jiga. Wait, what? Oh my god. Yo, this is sick. I can barely hear it though. What the fuck? This game has so much features, dude. It's so cool. Okay. Why did I do that? Remove a haystack to make the warehouse operational again. Oh my god. What? Okay, the stutters make the game so glitchy. Oh my god. Bro. No, please. Oh my fucking god. Bro! Look! Wait, I don't need that. God damn it. Alright. Let's close. Restart the warehouse from the main PC tab. Oh, okay. Your engineer from TF2. Walk the line chord is ADG. Walk the line? What is walk the line? That guitar chord is kind of familiar. Can't tell though. Down, down, down.
How much do I owe you?
Your whole fucking... Oh my fucking god! Ew! Jesus, who put it there? L L L L L. My god. Oh, Johnny Cash. Oh my fucking god. Wait, again? Product delivery? If you have several different brand, customer will buy more things. Press change every... No way. Oh god. Okay, I'm assuming I want to buy the green one. Yeah. Bargain price, red means less favorable. You make profit regardless. However, the cheaper you buy, the more profit you make. Gotcha. Alright, alright. Damn, we got a lot of customers. Look at that. Business is booming. Welcome to the Rat of the Trap. How can I help you? Oh, fuck.
Great.
Great. Welcome, welcome, ma'am. How you doing? It's a very nice day today. Very nice, very nice. Oh my god, again.
That'll do it.
It'll do. It'll do. Damn, there's always something to do. This is very good. It's very ADHD. I love it. Oh, come on. Fuck. Alright, truck is here. Alright. Chill, bro. Alright, come on in. Goddamn. Wait, I have to wait for him to do the delivery shit? Hello? Okay, I'm gonna just close this just in case. Oh, wait. I have to do it. No shot, mate.
That'll do.
What the fuck? That's not my job. Excuse me? Alright. Whatever, dude. Here, let me help you. Oh. Just a little bit push. You'll get out of here. Don't worry. Just God damn it. Were you so persistent? Alright, fine. They were real. I knew it. I gosh darn knew it, brother. Fucking government. Hiding all this shit. They think I was fucking dumb. They think they can just hide this fucking shit. Huh? Fucking knew it, they were real. Oh wait, that's a fucking keyboard. Shit. Shit, I cannot rearrange it. Fuck it, dude. Looks good already. Yeah. Okay. Did not go as planned. What is this? Refill the shelf with the product from the warehouse? No fucking way, dude. Oh wait, go to the shelf and interact with it to place the product. Okay. Boom. Oh, place 10. Nice. Okay, we don't have snackies. Let's get some snackies. Want some snackies? We'll get Craze and popcorn. That'll do. Oh, welcome. Pick up the phone. Your uncle have some word for you.
Great job.
Shit. Oh wait, customer.
You're amazing.
Thank you, ma'am. Hello?
I see you're putting hard work into keeping your station running again, kid. Good.
Yes.
Good. I wouldn't have it any other way. I just wanted to remind you, I'm not the only one judging your performance. Sure, your uncle knows better how to keep a business going and wants to see you flourish. But my approval only goes so far. The real approval you need to watch out for is the one given to you by your customers. If word of slander gets out, you might even sell Egyptian diamonds for free, and nobody will bat an eye. Keep those customers happy, you hear?
Sure. What? Gather positive feedback from customers to increase the popularity level of your station. High popularity, increase traffic around your station, will increase the amount of customer coming by. Positive feedback can be obtained by running station in a clean, efficient manner. I always do that. Right? We should probably broom. There's still some dirt somewhere. Aha! There we go. Good as new. Oh shit, delivery at the warehouse. I didn't see. Come in. Wait, just banned someone. I didn't see anything. Is it another bot? Oh shit, I forgot. Fuck. I have to do it manually. Yeah.
That'll do.
That'll do. It'll do, it'll do, it'll do. Bye-bye. Come back soon! Oh shit. Oh my god, it's too heavy. Bye-bye. Alright. Looks like we gotta call the garbage truck again. Almost full. Fuck.
come back soon back come soon back soon come.
Come. Orpa spin. Yo! My god. Alright, we're full. Buy a toilet using computer by pressing other in the features tab. Okay. Oh, customer. Hold up. Welcome. Welcome.
Awesome.
You're welcome. Yeah. Bam.
I was worried we'd be stranded.
Got no time. Features. Other. Parking lot? No. Toilet. Basic toilet. Kablam. Easy, dude. Easy. Cannot buy the parking lot. Oh, fuck. We gotta clean it up. Where's the toilet? This is not a toilet? The fuck? What? Oh, this. Ew! What is that, dude? That's a giant dong. Goddamn. Who poops into here? What the fuck, man? Look like a fucking log. Jesus Christ. I don't need this shit. Clorox. Dude, the game stutters too much. It's the only downside so far. Increase the station popularity rating by 1. The higher popularity level. Okay. I guess for that one I just need to keep playing the game.
Awesome.
Oh, officer. Welcome, welcome.
Thanks.
You're welcome. What if I pushed the car before he got in? No, that's cheating. Come on. Fuck you, dude. What the fuck? I thought we'd just like float around. That would be better. Excuse me, is a one-way area, sir? Oh my god. It's not as strong as my broom. There we go. Problem solved. No fuel? Bro. Where do I get the fuel again? Here? Oh, the fuel. The gas. The gas pump, of course. There we go. Oh, customer. 1 second, ma'am. Alright. Hold up. Customers number 1.
Thanks.
What the fuck? That's it? Don't ever come back.
Super.
Super. I love this game. Oh my god, it's so amazing. It's so perfect. I love it. I fucking love this game. So fucking good, dude. It's the reality, alright? Yes, sir. Nothing's weird out here. It's just a good old Western gas station thingy thing. Oh my god. Out of the way, sir. Just doing my goddamn job. Oh, fuck. Gotta do it twice. Fuck. Shut the fuck up. This is actually kind of fun, not gonna lie. Hold up. I'm enjoying this so far. We might have to come back to this game again. I love this. That customer. Just kidding. You got mail. Oh, customer had the fuel. I'm dumb.
Pretty much what I asked for.
Yes, ma'am. Bing, bang, boom, boom. Boom. Easy. Bam. Oh my god, Elon Musk. He's back. Oh my god, sir. I'm a huge fan. Oh, right. Oh my god. Chad, I'm nervous. Elon Musk at my store. The gas station.
Just as I wanted.
Oh my god. I will buy 2 Tesla next year. I swear. This is my dream. I love you. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. That was the real Elon Musk. Jesus Christ. Like a dream come true. Oh no. I know that fucking voice. Where is he? That fucker. Dennis, you fuckface. Where you at? Little shit. Oh! Fuck you! Get the fuck away! Fuck you! Yeah, go home, you fuck! Come here! Gonna fucking broom you out of fucking space. You cunt.
Great.
Great. Fueling superstar. Okay, we're on 60% until level 2. So we're very close right now. Okay, garbage trucks coming. Jesus Christ, no! Oh my god. Sir, wait, please. Give me a sec. Ah, fuck, whatever. come around tonight. This table is so scuffed. Melon musk. Oh god. Oh fuck. I'm assuming that's the CPU. It's very buggy sometimes. What the fuck? Oh shit, customer had the fuel. Yeah. Oh yeah. Script. Bam.
Awesome.
No problem. This is addicting. This is dangerous. What time is this? Oh god, it's almost at 1 a.m. Let's just play until we leveled up to level 2. Alright. At least up to level 2.
I was worried we'd be stranded.
Yeah. Oh my god. My lady. Alright, there's gotta be something that we can do to improve the thingy thing. Let's see. Gas station. Oh wait, hold up. I don't know if I should play God of War because I don't have time to stop plays this game. Oh. I mean hey, it is what it is. I was actually planning to play God of War, but it was a little bit too late to play God of War because it was like 11 p.m. If I play God of War, I have to stop in like 2 hours, which is not enough to one session of God of War. That's why I play this game. Because, you know. Yeah. Tomorrow we're probably gonna consider God of War. Hold up, chat. Alright, I'm back. Oh, I forgot to refill my water.
I owe you one.
80%. Let's buy some fucking fuel. Own money, 700 required money. Complete. Well, complete more objectives, so I cannot. Okay, tools, shelves. I don't think we need more shelf right. Parking lot, sure. More customer. Hell yeah, brother, hell yeah. Ooh, indoor decoration. Drum set. What? Ooh. Hello. Got some poster and shit. Oh, damn. Other games. Soul Blight. Alaskan Truck Simulator. Winter Survival. Oh. Welcome. Here. Here.
You're a lifesaver.
Okay, how the fuck do you buy fuel? Okay. Boom. We're almost out of fuel. Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Level a fucking 2, baby. Oh my god. Oh my god. Buy a workshop from main PC? Not enough money. Fuck. Wait, I'm on $84? What the fuck? Jesus Christ, the fuel is so expensive. How am I not making enough money? I thought I did. Dude, Rudy looks like he's about to fucking die. Why is there so much sparks? Rudy, don't die, brother. Oh, fuck. Overheating. I don't have enough money, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, that's a fuel. What do we do to make more money other than this? Not really sure. Yo, what's up, Jerry? How's it doing? Okay. The fuck? Fuel delivery next to station.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks. Oh. Dude, my depth perspective is so bad. How's that going in? Oh boy. Oh! Fuck yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, brother. Alright, let's just save up enough money to get this workshop. Just a little bit more. Do they always litter at my fucking garbage can? God damn it. God damn it, bro.
Good job.
Bam.
Nice.
The fuck, only one? Okay, this might take a while, dude. It's gonna take a while. Roof painting. Oh yeah, I still can do painting shit. I haven't finished coloring my fucking station. Whoa! Easy. Let's change color. No. God damn it. Okay. Skirp. Skirp. full trash.
Disgusting.
What? Wait, what? What do you mean disgusting? Shit, man. Oh shit, my bad. Yo, my bad, dude. My hands are full, bruh. Come on. The boarded up windows annoy me so much. I want to clean it up, but it's so much more annoying to clean it up.
Just as I wanted.
Like, you gotta do it one by one. Actually. This is how Superman litters. Okay. Jesus, those muscles though. What games were you from? Fucking Serious Sam? Jesus, man. We're so close to 300. They just go at it.
Just as I wanted.
Yes, sir. Boom.
Whoa, super.
Super. Super TF? Dude, just for 60 more cents. Sir, please buy something. Please buy something at our place. Good to fuck. That's a new record, actually. Dude, I love doing this. Oh. Why is this so much fun? Fuck. I wanna throw their cars again as they get about to leave. The last guy fucking teleported. That was nice. Oh, wait. Go. Hygiene. Jean Grey. Oh no, orange juice. My bad.
Incredible.
All right, enough. Boom. Oh damn, a fucking workshop, dude. What can we do there? Wait for the client in the workshop and fix his car. Oh my god, it's a car workshop. Yo, we have way too many fucking jobs. Jesus Christ. Very, very skillful fuel gas station owner. Every goddamn time. Wait. Okay. You've got mail. This is the best part of the fucking game, dude. I love it. Oh my god. Ah, here she comes, here she comes. Oh, she's gonna choose her fucking car. He's gonna walk to it. Oh my god, fucking amazing. Oh, looks like we gotta get our first workshop customer. Fuck yeah, let's go. Alright, just like that, sir, just like that. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Let's see, let's see. No. No! The game literally crashed for me, dude. Oh my god, it knows that I have to stop. Fuck. I was having fun. God damn it, man. God damn it. Ah, alright. We gotta end the stream anyway. It's already 1 a.m. and I gotta chill out before I go to sleep. God damn it. That was fun. That was fun. I'm glad I decided to try the game out. That was fun. We are definitely going back to that game. I don't care. That game is fucking sick. And it deserves recognition. You guys should give it a try, dude. That shit's fun. Now that's what I would call fucking simulator game. Goddamn, goddamn. Oh my god, dude. Alright, chat. Anyways. Pull up. What is this? God of War PC and PS5 direct comparison? Can I even watch this? Some of the YouTube people who do comparison shit would copyright strike your stuff. But sure.
It improves upon the original version running on a
I'm kind of
PlayStation
curious
5.
anyway.
For this analysis, the PlayStation version of the game will be set to its high performance. Attention to detail is there no matter which system you're playing the game on, whether that be the PlayStation 4 Pro version or this most recent PC version. However, there are still some changes that can be observed when zooming in extremely close. During this initial cutscene, for example, you'll find that many of the details along Kratos' armor are slightly crisper on the PC.
Basically,
an even more obvious example is his beard, that no longer feels as pixelated as it did before. This is most likely the result of the PC's locked native 4K output resolution, as the PlayStation version uses checkerboarding to help simulate a 4K image.
Yeah.
Considering this is nearly impossible to see from a normal viewing distance, the checkerboarding method does a fantastic job. But the PC version, not quite as limited from a hardware perspective, doesn't need to cut corners, and thus produces a much more impressive output. But strangely, this isn't always the case. Throughout this cutscene, I did run into some peculiar low-res looking textures, specifically during this moment where Kratos lays the cadaver on the fire. Atreus' clothing here looks much muddier on the PC than the PlayStation.
Oh yeah.
At first, I thought this might have been a texture loading issue, or perhaps an actual lower-res texture. But if you look closely, you'll notice that the depth of field effect throughout this scene feels slightly different. Once the camera rotates around to show Kratos, the effect seems to focus more on Kratos than it did before, meaning the way the depth of field is handled is slightly different, resulting in a slightly different presentation. Again, it's barely noticeable, but it does impact the clarity of the scene in many cases. Outside of the cutscenes, things do thankfully lean more in favor of the PC version. From a normal camera distance, details along Kratos are nearly perfect, with much cleaner textures along the model itself. The red mark along his eye in particular appears almost perfectly now. as opposed to the PlayStation version where
Damn.
you'll pick up on some very obvious pixelated edges. When the camera is zoomed in closer, this pixelation does not appear on the PlayStation.
Okay, no one
at all.
really look at Kratos that close. Come on, but I get what they mean. I get what they mean. Holy fuck!
Decorative etchings along the Leviathan axe hold up even better now on the PC. Next, let's take a look at the environment. Like with the character models, the environments look almost virtually identical to each other, regardless of which platform you decide to play on. All the textures are in the same place.
But that's good. The fact that the PS5 and the Windows on the high quality settings is on par or basically looks the same, that means it's basically do what it needs to be. Like, share fucking on all console they can enjoy the game in the quality that is supposed to be. And you can only see the difference if you really you pause, take a screenshot, and then zoom in like fucking 10 times to see the difference. That is good. Good job. Good shit, devs. Good shit. Alright. So now we're looking near identical. Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly, man. Exactly. Oh my god. There's what happened to guest station? I was actually about to end the stream. We just played it. I actually was supposed to stop playing the game like 30 minutes ago, but I didn't. I cannot. It was fun until the game crashed. So now I have to end the stream. Yeah. We're ending here. Jenny, Lydia, thank you for stopping by again anyway. Appreciate it. Thank you. There's even a PS4 5 upgrade. There's a PS4 Pro version. That's even better. Considering the game's, published by Sony themselves. They need to uphold the quality. Alright. Anyway, chat. Drink. Yeah, I'm out of water. I'm probably gonna refill my water and drink again after this before I go to sleep. But chat, thank you guys all for watching. Appreciate every single one of you for hanging out in the chat till the end of the stream. Thank you. Thank you, Jenny, Saints, Wanson, Maria, Gara, Justin, Raku, Zay, Nightlin, and everyone else that lurk in the chat or stop by here and there. Appreciate you guys. Thank you all so much. Spend your beloved time with me. Thank you. And also, of course, not to forget No with the resub at the start of the stream. 10 months in a row. Thank you so much, man, for the long time support. Much love. Thank you. Appreciate it. And also everyone else who lurk in or have the stream on their second screen while they're doing other stuff. Appreciate you. Respect. Thank you so much for the support. Appreciate it. Thank you. And yeah. Gonna chill out here. Thank you guys all for watching. I'll be back tomorrow, because I was actually not supposed to stream today, but I stream anyway because I got bored. And well, tomorrow I gotta go back to stream because we gotta play God of War. We gotta continue God of War. So yeah, man. Hell yeah, man. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right, if I can stream. If not, I'll let you guys know whether I'm gonna be able to stream or not. Because tomorrow I actually got some projects that I need to do and stuff like that, so I may or may not be able to stream. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But other than that, thank you guys all for watching. Raid. Let me see. Let's rate a different people today. Let's rate a different person. Let's rate. Okay, you know what? Since there's still some people here that usually watch my stream or people that I watch anyway, I'm gonna send you guys over to Paper. And I'm pretty sure some of you guys already know who Paper is, which is one of my fellow artists, a buddy. What is he doing? He's actually drawing right now, which is nice. Which is perfect. That's what I'm looking for. So, if you're gonna bail out, hope you stick around for a little bit for this rate. But if not, thank you anyway. Appreciate it for hanging out in the stream. Thank you, thank you. And as always, you know how it is, Chad. You know how it is, Chad. If you're a sub, you can spam the Schmoll raid in their chat just like so, just like so. Like that, like that. Do it up or do it up, man. But if not, you can spam whatever you want. Point is to share love to them and share love with me today. Alright? The 4A or sticky note, he do both. He do emotes, he do full art stream. Pretty much like me. You just do whichever. Depends. But I don't know what he's doing right now. Guess we're about to find out. Bye!